Yes, we're all set. They've got us some audio, so we're good to go though.
All right, so good evening and welcome to the Bellows Falls Village Trustee regular meeting. It's Tuesday, June 14th, 2022, 6 o'clock. And we're down here in the lower town hall lower theater. Just a reminder up front, we will not be meeting again until July 19th. This is our summer schedule. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And the first thing on the agenda is to approve the minutes of Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. 2024. It says 25 in here, but there's an error, right? So
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes of May 24th, 2022.
need a second?
Second.
Okay, got a couple of those. There's someone waiting to be let in.
Yep.
And, okay, and any discussion on the minutes?
What did you say about the 25th?
Well,
These are last year's, just as a.
Yeah, oh, you know what, I
informational
looked
for
at the
you
one that
for
was
your
in my
annual
packet, which
meeting.
is wrong.
Yeah,
And,
That was just informational on what you've done the prior year
Yes.
for your
yeah,
informational.
exactly,
That's
so
all.
it was May 24, 2022, and the first thing I looked at was,
All right.
yeah,
Yep.
that was it. Anything else? On the minutes, okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on, any additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting?
No, nothing good to add.
All right, public comments on items. See anyone in the room?
Nope.
And no one on Zoom. All right, then moving on to the manager's report.
So in the packet of information I passed out to the board, there's an article that I just wanted to give you an update on, and that's this spongy moth outbreak. We've been getting calls in the office. I'm sure maybe some of you have individually, or you noticed it even in the neighborhoods about these moths. And most of the calls that I get are, is the state going to spray? Is there any kind of application of pesticides? What are people doing? And at this point, the state has taken a very sort of hands-off. They tell people that they're feeling at this point they're not going to be applying pesticides. They know that they're disruptive and they can create a mess. And they do, chew up the greenery of the trees. But just from this article alone, I just wanted to point out that according to the state, they feel that most of the trees will be able to survive. And they're hopeful that ultimately, when it rains more predators become available, and these moths seem to then fade into the background as more, the wetter conditions sort of favor the things that eat them. So at this point, there's no formal program. I probably get 3 or 4 calls a week from folks about this. So this is the most recent information that I've received from the state. If it changes, I'll certainly let the board know. But at this point, there is no official plan to go and do any kind of eradication. Some people have wrapped the bases of their trees with burlap and other things to prevent, I guess, the eggs
Climbing.
from climbing.
Yeah.
Some people said that's been successful. Talked to somebody the other day who was actually doing it with duct tape, but they put the sticky part of the duct tape
On the
around
outside.
on the outside. So there's lots of ways to try to make it less invasive, but ultimately at this point there is no formal program to get rid of these pests except for rain and predators. So.
How are these manifest? Is it caterpillars? Is that what
Yes.
people are saying is the caterpillar?
Right.
And they're not the same as the ones we had last year, which were like everywhere. Those other ones with the big nests and all
With the
that.
big nests in the trees?
Yeah, those aren't spongy moths, I
Okay.
guess.
No,
Right.
them are gypsy moths.
Gypsy moths.
Gypsy
yeah.
moth.
So when do they become the moths?
Well, apparently.
You want to know how long you
They're
have?
starting to cocoon here. So apparently in late June or early July, they stop feeding
Then they do the go through their cycle?
and then they're done. So,
Wow. And then they take off everywhere, so.
yes.
It's good to know.
Yeah, there are spots. I know people up in Lee Circle and that.
We're having some level of difficulty, yeah.
Yeah, so, and people have been concerned, so just wanted to pass along to the board in case you were getting calls, just at this point, what the state's recommending. The second thing is, I know it's a little early to start talking about winter heating oil, but everybody's realizing with gas prices and probably we're gonna have some pretty high heating oil prices. It doesn't seem like at this point prices are gonna fall back into a reasonable range. There are opportunities for people, and I know that Efficiency Vermont has a website. There's programs available for people to go and get assistance for weatherization. It's probably now time to, if you're going to do something, to try to help drive down the cost of your heating for the winter. It's probably time to go out and look at some of these websites and see if you're eligible to get some assistance. Some of these programs are fairly generous. You can get up to $3,000 to help with, making your home more energy efficient. And I think you'll recoup that money if prices are staying where they are currently. I think it will recoup that kind of investment in your home pretty quickly, based on where we are with heating features.
Any plans on what municipalities planning to do?
We've been trying to get some updates to our boiler. We've had problems in the past winters with our 2 boilers in this building. There are some things when we do our roof that we're going to look at doing additional insulation as we do that roof project. We have a contractor that we're working with. The thing that's holding us up on the roof, besides the lighting project, because of the weight of the lights and the weight of the existing trusses are carrying too much weight in the theater already, is that we also want to be able to try to put on some solar panels on the roof as part of a project going forward. So we're trying to get the engineers to give us a specific plan to support a new roofing membrane, as well as whatever types of panels could be available to us to be able to install up there to also help drive down some of our long-term energy costs. So we have a current contract we're working through. We hope to have that information here through the summer into the fall, so we can talk about it in more detail as we go forward. So, but yeah, it's going to be an impact on all of us.
Yeah, and I doubt we budgeted enough money based upon what's going on right now for the winter. It's the best time to move on things like solar and stuff, trying to find ways to do this.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for next year, no doubt about it.
Any other items?
The 16th, we have, I believe it's I have to remember, what is it, the graduation parade after graduation, just through the square. I know we talked about that at a previous meeting. That's coming up
Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
It's, it's kind of an interesting event, but it's fun, and, for people that aren't aware, there's nothing to be nervous about. It's just a little hometown celebration. Takes a half hour, people do a couple loops and they're gone, so it's
true.
Not the end of the world, and hopefully it doesn't wake babies or get people aggravated.
Will there be a parade on, and there'll also be a parade on Sunday, right, the alumni?
And the alumni parade will be Sunday. It'll be, I think it starts at 12:30, I believe, 12:30 or 1, I can't remember exactly when.
1 o'clock, I think, is the official.
Is that when it actually kicks off at 1? I know they wanted people.
Forming before that, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's the, sort of the whole alumni weekend, so there'll be activities. We did talk to, and I appreciate Sean working with the contractors that are working on the BF Garage project. They are going to open up the road and make that available, because there's quite a few events that are down in and around the downtown. So they'll be having a second egress from down there, which will be helpful. So at least for the weekend, that'll be helpful for folks as Waypoint Center activities and other activities down there. So hope the weather cooperates.
Okay, you all set?
That's it.
All right. All right, then we would move on to the agenda, excuse me, which is to review the 2022 summer camp and pool options for residents.
So in I just handed out some information. Unfortunately, Ryan had a softball commitment tonight. He had to umpire, so he couldn't make it. So and we'll be posting some of this on our website, but I just wanted to let everybody know that the pool will be opening the 22nd of June. And then I guess in Saxons River, they'll also be opening on the 27th of June. So things are coming up fairly quickly. There's swim lessons available, all sorts of activities. It certainly feels like we're going to have a good summer for pool activities, because it's been warm early already. He's also got a host of different clinics, as well as a summer youth soccer program as well, that will be advertising for. And then he's got a whole host of day camp activities, which we've also posted and are still in signups for that program, which also starts in June, and that one runs from the 27th through the 19th of August. So I know at this time of year with parents, it's always trying to schedule activities, figure out things for your kids to do, and different things around vacations and other challenges of the summer. So there are certainly some opportunities here to do some stuff locally and help support some of our recreation programming. So we'll post it on our website, and hopefully we'll see good turnout and good participation in these programs through the summer.
So you're not planning on doing an ad in the paper, the shopper, or something to get?
I think we'll talk to them and try to do it as an article.
Mhm.
Yeah. Typically, we can talk to Betsy or somebody and get a nice article on that, so we'll follow up.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we move on to the items we were supposed to take care of last month, which are the organizational meeting items. A, to set time and place for regular board meetings. I'm assuming this is other than our summer schedule, which we've already set, and that is on the website, so people can see when we're meeting once a month into September. So, anyone have anything they want to say other than our typical second and fourth Tuesday of the month, beginning of October at 6 o'clock?
You need a
We
motion?
need a motion to
Okay,
say.
I move that we set the time and place of our regular board meetings as the second and fourth Tuesday of the month, to be held at the Lower Theater, Town Hall, 6 p.m.
Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the organization, on the time and place for it? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Hearing none, we're all done. B is to select the official and alternate newspapers of record. I know in the past, we used to get letters from the newspapers who wanted to engender our fealty or whatever, but at this point, we don't. So any suggestions, comments?
Who are we now?
Shopper now, right?
Shopper is our primary, and the alternate last year was the Reformer.
A reformer.
I'll make that motion too.
Okay, need a second for that.
Seconded.
And then discussion. Any discussion on the item? I don't have any issues, concerns.
Has there been any comment? I mean, I've
I
never
haven't.
had any issues from
I mean,
that.
on the school board, we get some because places like Grafton and stuff like that don't necessarily get the shopper
Right.
regularly, because not a lot of people have, it gets put into their mailbox, they don't see stuff in time. That's not a lot of distribution points like we have here.
Right.
But I don't see any problem for the village. It's the shopper being probably the most cost-effective advertising that we have. And it hangs around your house a little longer than other things, and it's definitely cheaper than the reformer.
Yep, but we get pretty good coverage in both papers.
We do. Pretty good coverage. Yeah. So any further, nothing, hearing nothing, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? None, all right, it's passed. So it is the shopper as primary and the reformer as secondary. C is to adopt conflict of interest, code of ethics, and all other adopted policies and procedures. What I don't see here is, no, I guess we don't need that, but adopted policies and procedures. So we need a motion to do that.
Motion for ditto.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Okay, I do have something, and that's because I went through the entire thing, as I pulled a giant book out. As I'm moving, everything is all over the place in my house and office, so. The banner policy, I know that it's handled by the manager, but one of the things you talked about was just like it's giving people a pass or waiving the fees, things like that. It's $50 for the banner fee, just a reminder if people haven't looked at it in a while. If you live in the village, if you don't, it's $100. And the manager has discretion to alter that. But every year we have some comment about why do we waive the fees? We have the fees and we have to pay the fire department to put them up and those kinds of things. So that's one of them. Let's see, So water and sewer reconnect fees, I thought that is one of the policies might be considered to be looked at. It's only $25. And it was done 7 years ago, so we might consider whether or not we want to raise it, in which case we'd have to reapprove it.
Right.
That one. We have the fixed asset policy, you know that one, right? Over the overnight parking, I'm just reminding people, it's 12 a.m. midnight to 7 a.m. It's not 24 hours a day. But there's also something I didn't understand in the Bridge Street and Hetty Green. Wasn't clear to me in the part of the policy, because it talks about designated parking spots for certain owners, but there's nothing in writing. It's not a formal, but an informal agreement. And I don't know that it necessarily impacts us negatively now, but it might in the future, considering more housing is being built and that sort of thing. So something to consider.
Right, I have not seen anybody get a designated parking place.
Yeah,
I think
but it
people just renew.
says in the policy, the unofficial ones, this is maybe why some of the people in the apartments and use the green parking lot. I think they can leave vehicles there 24/7, so. Just something to think about. There are policies we put in place, and we've got to just say yes to everything. We need to think about it. And my last one on this was the sexual harassment policy. May need an update only because we're looking more nowadays at the DEI stuff, equity, inclusion, diversity. Might need a broadening of that particular policy as time goes on. So just a thought. Okay, so that's it. If there's nothing further, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Did you have something?
Yeah.
Put your finger up. Okay, never mind. Hold on a second. Go ahead,
What
wait.
was the second one that you mentioned?
The second one was the upgrade to delinquent water and sewer reconnect fees.
Reconnects, right, for shut-offs.
They're
My
shut offs.
question on that was, how long ago was it?
Yeah,
Since it's been-
7 years.
7 years?
7 years?
Yeah, it's been a while. So, yeah, I think it's $25, might need to be maybe to 50, just because.
I know
Or
when we look
more,
at
I
our
don't know.
budget, we go through and talk about fees and charges,
Yeah.
especially when we talk about water and sewer, so we'll make an effort to
Right,
do
but
that.
considering it's a
Right,
policy we
yeah.
have in place, if we want to change it, like, for instance, the North Westminster policy, or, which I guess when we're in there, I want to know, where are we in the upgrade?
Well, we still have an interim, so we're still trying to work through who's gonna be ultimately working with
Oh, right.
us. It's been a little bit of a dark hole at the moment, but I've reconnected and we're gonna start that conversation.
Anything else? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's motion carried. On to D, which is to appoint a trustee to review and sign the warrants. Last year, it was me.
I nominate Deb Wright
Is that
to
right?
review and sign the warrants.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Is there discussion of that?
Or we have an alternate. Well, we have an
I don't think we've ever designated one. I mean,
Well, I thought we
anyone can
had
go
an
in and sign them,
Okay.
technically. Does anybody
Yeah.
feel like being
Well,
an
actually,
alternate?
last year's minute said all the rest of you were designated as alternates.
Okay, so
So at any point in time, if that's available.
So you okay with a friendly amendment like that?
Yes, I am.
All other
Somebody can
trustees
jump
as
in.
alternates, right?
Yeah.
In case I get knee surgery again and can't come in, something like that. Okay, is there any further discussion on the sign? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No nays, therefore it carries. Okay. Before moving on, there was one other area we don't list on here, which is to consider our agreements. I don't know when the last time you folks looked at some of these. For instance, we have the intermunicipal policing agreement for 103 and so on and so forth, which has never panned out as far as we can see. We've never seen any evidence that if any is being done, that any of it is working and any revenue therefrom. So my concern with that is agreements are in here. We don't necessarily look at that except when we have to renew them, and there's some time down the road before we have to do that. So, and some of them just keep renewing by themselves. For instance, the fire equipment purchasing may change based upon your discussions with the three fire departments at this point, the fire committee.
Yep.
Most of them are out there to 2030, 2050. The Sackers River wastewater facility expired in 2020, according to my thing here. And possibility of the Bellows Falls, Town of Rockingham Street and Bridge Maintenance, 1990, was 1991, only till 1991. Wastewater agreement with Walpole, that's 2006 with 5-year terms. So I just
I
want to.
thought we had
make sure you've done
removed
that.
these sections.
I thought we had also.
I don't have
It might not be in that book. but
Yeah,
there
well,
was an update.
I got this one, must have been
Right.
2018.
Because it's usually a 3-year.
Correct. I think
2018.
we're in the last year of the current third year.
So there may be a more
Another
current
renewal
copy than I have. That, I mean,
Right.
again, without a specific executive assistant, you don't have necessarily getting updates as they come up. So I have the book I have, which
Right.
might not be valid for it here and there. Okay, moving on, next item on the agenda is fire police building projects, starting with gutters and ice dams.
Yeah, so I updated the memo that was in your packet, so
Okay,
as
so it's
part of your
in
handout that I gave you with all the updated information, is a June 13th memo.
Oh, yes, the last page.
Jigs had asked me if I could just give a brief rundown on some of the projects that the trustees had funded in the past 3 years, just as an update as to what has been invested in the building, and just a little bit of a overview of some of the projects that have happened. So I basically went out and looked at some of the more major projects that have occurred. There's always minor maintenance and other things that happen that I didn't include, but for the most part, you can see that in the past 5 years, we've had a host of different projects with drainage. We replaced the generator. We took an old one basically from the sewer department, but replaced an older one out at the PD with it. Evidence room, which was mostly a project that was done mostly with our forces, but we had some mold and other problems in the evidence room, which is part of why we also did some of that drainage work. Then we just recently seen the parking lot pavement, the new door. Still doing some of the work on the front. We've repainted, and we're hoping to finish on the front doors as well. Sean was hopeful that it'd be done even as early as this week. We have the Axon project, which has a $5,000 grant from Passive. Then we did replace last year in 21, I guess it was, we replaced the rooftop unit because it was hit by lightning, and then we had the other large furnace and chimney projects, which was about a $30,000 project, which we had also funded. We are still working on some elevator upgrades. I didn't include that in here because that's not 100% complete yet, but that money we had appropriated previously. I think it was a $20,000 appropriation. That was the only other sort of large number that was not in that listing of things that had been done. And then sort of the projects that we're still looking to do, the carpeting in that building needs to be replaced. We're looking at various flooring alternatives that are more hardy and less, just because of the duration of how much time is that building is a 24/7 operation, so that the carpeting in there takes a beating. Some paint, which is again a minor thing, but it's time. There's some dingy places within there. Dispatch is a potential project depending upon some of the regional dispatch conversation. Vermont is pushing that pretty heavily. I don't know where that's all going to end up. So we're holding on that until we get a sense of exactly what's going to happen with some of that conversation. And then the Sally Port, which we've talked about before, we're now starting to develop just a basic concept so that we can talk about it as part of our budget conversation for next year. So we really aren't at the point yet to give you any real, even preliminary designs or any sort of, projected numbers based on the design, but these were the initial estimates of costs that we were working from. So all of that's sort of a roundabout explanation to get to why we're asking for the additional money now. So with that drainage work, even in the last couple of rainstorms, what we've noticed is just because of the way the building works, the water pours off of that steel roof and runs right along that foundation, along the front and the sides of that building. So even though we did the additional drainage work, in the long run, it's not going to be helpful unless we can put on some gutters and some ice dams and get some of that moisture away from the foundation of this building. So that's part of why we've asked for some of that money. And then the second piece of it is the front apron has reached a point where it needs to be replaced. It's a project that we can do over the summer. dig it out, put in a new foundation, kind of like what we did with the parking lot on the side, and then have it paved when the paving contractor comes in August to do the town paving, so that we don't have to pay a mobilization and demobilization cost. It could just be done as part of the summer paving with the town, so it could be done relatively, or at least save that portion of the cost. So that's where those requests came from.
But is the estimate for those two things 50,000?
When you combine the ice dams, the gutters that need to go on, and then the front paving, the total is gonna be right around 50,000.
When you say ice dams, you're talking about snow restraint, so it
Yes.
doesn't
Ice
wipe out the
cutter.
gutters.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
The gutters, would it be on that police side of the building?
There'll be some near the front, there'll also be some, I think, on the back side as well. There's some spaces there where we have some, again, where the water just pours down next to the foundation. It's not gonna be the whole building. There's other places where it comes off at a better angle and it runs off away, so we're not as worried about it there.
And neither of these items were put into next year's budget.
No, we did not budget for those.
Okay. What is Alicia, what's your forecast for our year-end general fund budget position?
I think that there is going to be a good amount of money left over.
I don't think, in the current year budget.
In the current year,
Yeah.
well, I think most of it's coming from previous years, but we have plenty to add to it again this year.
So did you mean specifically the police department or the
No, I
entire?
mean if you look at the general fund budget,
Mhm.
this is the June 10th print off.
Mhm.
And it looks like the expenses are running about what is it, 180,000? The revenues are a little ahead of schedule.
Right now, the balance sheet for this year, we have a fund balance of 184,000 right now. And we have,
In the current year budget, not
In
the
the
prior
current
year's.
year.
Not
fund
prior,
balance.
Right.
so the
total,
184,
184 for this year, and adding that to so the accumulated fund balance, it's 828. We have 3 more weeks.
It won't be 184, but it'll be a
Right.
six-figure number.
So
and that.
added on to the previous accumulated balance.
We'll be in the
Is the
700s
new
when it's all
police-
said and done.
Is the new police vehicle already in the,
And, yes, we've already paid for that.
you already put that in?
Mhm.
Now, can we reserve it out of this year's funds?
Yes,
The 50
that's what we want to do.
That's exactly what we're asking you to
Now,
do.
are
Because
we
it wasn't
legally-
budgeted, so
Are
that's
we
why.
legally allowed to do that? Do we need, usually, we request, we have our budget's approved by
Right.
and then if we have a special project, we sometimes have articles.
To add it on, right.
But this would be outside of those,
I guess I would look at it, Jake, we're not asking for additional expenditures, we're asking for just
Set
the
aside.
authorization for an expenditure in a line that we had not budgeted for. So in our total budget, we're still under budget, right? So we're not asking you for an additional.
because I'd like it to come out of this year's
Yes,
fund.
that's what we would do.
Yeah,
But you'll be
okay.
over on the building portion
Uh-huh.
in the police by that additional 50,000 when we
Right.
close out the year. So that's all we're asking.
That's what you do.
It's
So
just
it
going to
wouldn't affect
reduce the
next year's
fund
budget.
balance. Right.
Yes, it will not reduce, right. So,
Again, I ask why we can't use ARPA funds for that. I'm simply saying that savings tax, we could kick money back to the taxpayers next year with the money we have left in our available declared fund balance. So I'm looking at that.
I think you would.
And that's my concern is there's $818,000 and we haven't earmarked any of it at this point. And I'm simply saying that because we are trying to do the best we can for our taxpayers and upcoming emergencies and so on and so forth. So I know we have to tell them by 2024 what we're doing with the money, the ARPA funds, but it doesn't mean we can't declare earlier that we're using some of the funds for such and such. So I want us to consider that as opposed to using tax dollars when we have available funds that are federal tax dollars available to use.
I think it's a good point, but I'd rather have the board address the public specifically with regards to those funds. Say, you know, we've looked at all the alternatives that have been discussed and brought forward, and you know, we're not gonna do any of those, but we're gonna do this or whatever. But I think, you know, I think it would be more appropriate to deal with it as almost like a separate issue than this particular thing.
If we were running over budget and I was asking you to take money out of fund balance, I could maybe be a little more sympathetic to Deb's concern. But I think at this point, we're extraordinarily over your fund balance policy to the point where I think we have to make some significant conversations about how do we want to address that, because it's becoming you know, almost this 50 or 60% of budget number where our policy is 20%. So
Right.
It's becoming a real
I know we're way over 20%.
way over.
I get that, but at the same time, the village hasn't had the kinds of emergencies the town has had in the past years, but it's possible. If we had a problem with our wastewater treatment plant, considering its location, we would be SOL if we didn't have enough money to cover that.
Which is why it's good to
That's
take
a-
some of that fund balance and set it aside for different things, so that it doesn't get used for non-emergency things.
And don't forget, the fund balance in this is general fund. You
Yeah.
can't transfer that to the water or sewer because those are separate.
No, I get that.
Right.
I think the ARPA funds we could consider a sewer type thing.
Yeah, well, I think we have one on the agenda that I want to talk about, yeah. Okay, so someone needs to make a motion.
I got a
And,
couple of questions.
well, I mean, we could do either, have discussion after the motion
Oh,
too.
all right.
So would someone like to make the motion for the $50,000 set aside?
I'll make a motion that we reserve 50,000 out of the current budget surplus, the fiscal 2022 budget surplus to address the capital projects at the police and fire building.
Like a second?
I'll second.
Okay, now, discussion. So Wade had something.
So I just want to go back to the prior year's accumulated fund balance. What's that number?
It was, well, last year when we closed, it was 643,800.
Our audited financials from last year was,
Okay.
643.
Yeah.
yes.
And then this year's currently 184, but that'll go down a little bit, but
Yes. We'll now go down 50,000, and then we'll still have some in the next few weeks, so we'll be closer to 100,000 probably when it's all said and done.
And we've already paid for the police vehicle.
right. So I like Jim's motion because he said capital projects. I think that's what you call it, right? Can we include in that, if there's any monies left over out of the 50, to put it towards the rod and trim?
No, they're working on that too. That's gonna be just out of building maintenance. There
Oh,
are
okay.
funds to work on that, yes.
So maybe-
But if we don't use all of this
Yeah, we
for
could
that,
use-
could we use some of that
We could,
under the way that he termed the,
yes. Because it'll be part of that. When you're doing the gutters, obviously, you're gonna have to repair if there's places with rot
Yeah, they'll
or
have
problems.
Mhm.
yeah,
So
there's places
it'll
around
be
there where
part
it's
of that. There is a couple spots that
original.
have to be replaced.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, okay, it'd be
It
good to
definitely
make,
can.
use that up for that.
It's within that scope for sure. Wayne.
And if,
Okay.
and if it doesn't get used, that whole 50, it'll stay there, so if something else comes up, let's say there's $8,000 left, it'll stay in that capital projects fund. And you can add more to it at another time, or you can vote to use that for other things.
And what will that fund be called? Fire, police, capital
I
fund?
think we already have one, and I think that might be exactly where it's go.
Like that?
It's a capital reserve.
Yeah.
Questions? just as an aside, did the public safety building have to go before the DRB for review, for a permit to do the job?
No. We do it sometimes as a courtesy,
Yeah.
but we're not, right, as a practice, we don't have to necessarily. And it's not a historic building, it wouldn't be something like if we have to do something in this building, for example. People are a little more sensitive to that.
And there was one other question, which is the dispatch. It says potential relocation to use lobby space. You mean their lobby or our lobby?
No, the lobby of the police fire, because there's a lot of extra space in there.
That'd be interesting. They have to do that.
Right.
Yes.
We're waiting to see what the state's doing, because there's a lot of pressure to consolidate.
Dispatch, yeah.
So we're not gonna take a preemptive approach until we know for sure what their ultimate goal is gonna be.
All right then. No further discussion. All those having the motion in mind, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm just gonna abstain. All right, motion passes.
That capital fund has $2,500 in it right now. So
For that building?
well, yeah, for anything, it's the capital fund, capital and equipment fund.
And that,
Well, we want to keep those, that police vehicle reserve.
That's a separate-
We want to keep
separate.
that separate.
yes,
It's separate.
Yeah.
And that might be what that 25 is.
I don't know. if
I'd
it's
have to
separate.
drill down on it to see,
Yeah.
but
Probably
it might
is,
be
yeah.
that.
Okay.
Okay, so that included the front apron replacement piece, yes? Okay. All right, then the next item on the agenda would be to adopt the rental housing ordinance. Of course, we haven't looked at it in a while.
Right.
We're looking to move forward.
so we really haven't made any modifications to it. We did go talk to the state, and we've been in contact with them about wanting to do a memorandum of agreement. I know we've talked a couple times at this table that the state has been moving slowly because they wanted to do their own. They had some of their own conversations in the last state budget. They did approve some positions for a statewide inspection, but they did not include a statewide housing rental database in that legislation. So we're hopeful that now that they've sort of figured out that portion of it, we can then use our ordinance, working with them, get the memorandum of agreement, use the same database to track inspections, because that's really the point here, is to not duplicate efforts here, to have to do it in a local database and then have to then do the same thing in the state database. That makes no sense at all. So ultimately, we would like to start sometime in September, so that it gives us the summer to go back to the state and try to get the memorandum of agreement done. So when we come back in the fall, we'll be able to have that adopted as well, and then move this forward.
Do we have to have a public hearing? I think we do, though.
On the ordinance or the agreement?
On the ordinance, not on the agreement.
We could have, I think we had one public hearing, we tabled.
Mhm.
So we could reopen the public hearing we previously had, or you can have a new one in July and adopt it in August. It's really up to you.
I
How you
mean,
wanna go
we
forward.
can have one at the beginning of our July meeting,
Yes, we could.
and then if anyone shows, I mean,
And
sometimes.
then
we
adopt
don't.
it even in July if you
Yeah.
wanted to. So if that's the case, we could definitely do that.
That sounds good to you guys, moving forward. Okay, questions, comments on the rental housing ordinance at this point?
I think there's some language that can be cleaned up, not just in tense changes and things like that.
We're
Just
talking about housekeeping kind of stuff that, or
Yeah.
actual.
just
things that
how
we
it
have.
reads.
Okay.
There's sentences where the tense changes in the sentence,
Yeah,
or
it's-
there's
Okay.
incomplete sentences,
It's not
and
totally-
there's
We can go back
fragments.
to, as long as we're not changing any of your legislative intent, it's just simply a cleanup.
I think it's stuff that
Make it
we've
readable.
added that just
Okay.
is language-wise doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, well, when you put it all together,
Doesn't
it doesn't
read
make
smoothly,
sense.
so.
Yeah, it does, not that it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't read well. I get it.
All right.
Okay, so we would, so the motion that we would need would include, with housekeeping amendments, whatever that, something like that, so make it clear that it's only, only cleanup of the language, not the, no changes.
Got it.
Would someone like to make a motion to this? Wade, Jeff, Stefan?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. So what do you want to do? How do you want to word that?
To, Here we're adopting, to adopt the rental housing ordinance with just housekeeping amendments
And schedule a public hearing for our July.
and schedule a public hearing for July.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Yeah, with amendments as needed and scheduling a hearing in July.
Any
I'll second
second? Okay,
So-
thank you. Yes.
That will not be a continuance, because you said the other hearing
We
had
tabled.
recessed.
We'll just leave the old hearing from
Okay.
2021 as is, and we'll have a new one. So it can be advertised.
Right.
Yes, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the rental housing ordinance? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Excuse me. So item 5 is to adopt a tax sale, and we have a Vermont, I don't remember what that said, Vermont Housing Finance Agency?
Yeah, the
Legislation.
VHFA.
Okay, it says
VHAP is
VHAP
their
here.
program.
Okay,
Right.
Okay.
The
Assistance
actual
program.
agency is the Vermont Housing Finance
Right.
Agency. They are the people that are in charge of running the Vermont Homeowner Assistance Program, which is VHAP. And we have been referring people since last fall to this program. It's a voluntary sign-up. In the budget that was just passed, the state included language in their budget adoption to also prohibit us from tax sale without an additional 60 days notice to taxpayers about the VHAP program specifically. So, with that being said, even though we had started this process back in March, we will now reissue letters with this specific language that the state had adopted in this new Vermont statute, so that homeowners are properly notified that they now have this VHAP 60-day extension. It does not guarantee that their taxes will be approved or paid for, but it gives them another window, which means that our July tax sale will now have to be rescheduled
for September.
for September.
Just goes on and on, isn't it?
So this is more informative.
It's just to give you guys a heads up, because this came out, as you can see the date of this, it came out June the 9th.
Yeah, so
So it's like,
we didn't know that when we had our
there was no
report.
And
discussion
we've
of
already
this.
sent letters, and we've
Right.
already started the process, and so
Woo-hoo.
we have to start over again.
Right.
So by the way, disregard that and read this. Yeah.
So it came out of the blue, and
Yeah, they're very good at passing stuff like this and not dealing with,
Yeah,
stuff like rental housing.
right, I know, exactly.
so be that as it may, I just wanted to give the board the specifics on that, because now, like I said, we are going backwards and having to reissue letters with very specific language from this new statute, and then giving taxpayers that additional 60-day period, so you can, do the math, so we're definitely just.
So nothing else coming down the pipe, right, so. They hit us up and before September.
I don't know, when do they reconvene for the state? Because
Can't remember.
anything's possible.
Yeah.
They could make it a permanent, I don't know. At this point, it's only 60 days, so, it just, at this point, all it means is that we are reissuing letters and that it will be a delay. We hope to have tax sale in July, after, sometime in September.
Is this, VHAP program, or did this come along as a result of the pandemic?
It started in the pandemic, and actually, we started referring taxpayers to the website back in November.
Right,
But they had not had even an application form until December. And then in January, they started telling people, again, we were trying, as we talked to people that were delinquent, to say, hey, listen, you gotta go on and do this, and this is the location. We had flyers and other information on our website. But the idea that this was going to become a 60-day moratorium and a requirement of tax sale
we didn't know about that.
literally occurred when they adopted the budget at the end of their legislative session.
So as of currently, have we benefited from this program?
Yes, people have paid. Some people have paid, or have been paid through the program, yes.
Water and sewer as well.
Right.
My
Their
fear,
moratorium on
But I
that.
think, unfortunately, I think well, I say we, it's really you two. I think we've done a good job of trying to notify our residents
We have,
about this program.
yes, and Pam, by the way, has done a tremendous job because she talks to a lot of these folks
Yeah.
on the phone and at the window and at various things, and she's always trying to put them in a position to where they can take advantage. And again, she doesn't make the decisions, right? All she can do is refer, and then people can, and even with this 60-day window, if somebody decides not to apply, and then they get their tax sale notice and then say, okay, now I want to apply, right? So there really is, it's on the individual taxpayer or homeowner to really put themselves into the program.
And our policy is after 24 months, then
You're eligible for tax sale after
Tax sale.
24 months. That's all I can see.
historically, have we had properties that go right back into that same arrears for,
We have people that are very good at catching up enough to where they're,
but then let it slide for 2 years?
yes.
Is there a way, should we be updating our policy so
I
that
think we'll
if
see
you've gone
how-
to that point, then you can't perpetually utilize that sort of mechanism and?
I think the way to deal with this is because also people come and they want to do, at the last minute, they want to do an agreement, right? And that's always a whole nother discussion, and that usually drags Alyssa and myself into a conversation. And I would say the vast majority of our agreements don't end up with the taxes being paid. They don't comply after a period of time. And then it just, again.
But I guess my question is that if they've negotiated an agreement or they have come current, is there a way to have in our policy that can't be a perpetuated
You
cycle?
can't do it more than twice, and
So then
Something like
if they go a year
Right.
and don't pay their taxes, they're right back into the pool.
you just keep it.
Okay.
That's my fear, because I think you're just gonna see this just bias,
Well, that's what
24
this-
months worth of delinquency until they're right back.
That's what happens when someone else foots the bill.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they
Unfortunately.
haven't paid.
They slide back, yeah.
I think we can look at modifying that and seeing if there's a possibility of making it more,
I think we should, because we're
Tighter.
gonna end up with
tighter.
properties that
Well,
have that
This isn't gonna
perpetuating
pay,
cycle.
this isn't gonna pay people who are 3 or 4 years arrears, is it?
Well, it pays up to 30,000, some people have cleared.
So it's a dollar amount, it doesn't
substantial-
matter how long it's been sitting there, okay.
And again, I don't know how they came up with that number, that's just a number we've been told. I'm
Yeah.
assuming if the program is not subscribed heavily, they might increase that number,
Uh-huh,
depending upon.
they haven't used the dollar
Right.
figures, yeah.
Right.
Well,
I'm gonna bite my tongue.
I know, for the rest of us who scrambled to pay our taxes.
I don't wanna beat it to death, but, so if somebody enrolls in this and they get qualified and they use it, do they have to pay VHAT back?
No, it's a
It's free.
complete and total grant of
Which I
federal
went
dollars.
to.
It pays whatever it pays, and then you don't owe anything back.
Really?
Mr. Manager, is that a one-time thing, or is that a,
Up to 30,000, right?
Through the pandemic, it's been done now for 2 years.
But
So,
can a property owner only use it once and?
I've been told that they're only allowing up to $30,000 in total for
Period.
whatever your arrears are, utilities, taxes, and that's
Oh,
it.
the 30,000 covers their water and sewer too,
Yeah.
right?
But again, they
Didn't
keep
realize they
changing
had
things, so your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
They could decide they want to.
What's our inflation rate?
So it's a grant, so they don't have to pay it back.
Correct. Now, we have benefited, the flip side of it is, right, we do get the money, but it doesn't particularly, I think, in the long run, benefit the homeowner if they're not changing their ways and trying to keep current.
Right.
I think Jeff makes a
Yeah.
good point, though. If there's,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
The
as
things you
you
could say.
get, as you both get familiar with this,
Yeah.
if there's obvious gaming going on, then we should look at the
That's pretty
policy.
determined, there's a.
That there is, yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard
I
that
think,
too.
I think,
Well,
I think Jeff's
particularly with
point's well taken.
the kind of
Type
deals,
stuff.
in other words, what kind of a deal? I'll pay you, I owe $2,000, I'll pay you $50 every other month.
Well, they're
Well,
supposed to come
I'd say-
current on the current year and then catch up to the prior years in order to have a
Okay, to
successful
do that.
agreement. And like I
Right.
said, most people get that current year, so they know they're not 2 years behind and then they drop.
I'm sure that he's not Monty Hall and that's not Carol Merrill there, so with discretion and some common sense, if you're gonna come in there and play that game, I think they're gonna, we have the option to decline that
Right.
deal.
Yeah, I think
I hear you,
we'll
Jeff.
tighten up the policy, because I can see this as we go forward. It's going to be a problem.
We could go on about this, but
Yeah.
we might stick our foot in their mouth and keep going. Let's move on to item 6, which is the resolution for tax payment credits over $4.
I wanted to bring this to the board's attention for a couple reasons. I know that we had talked previously about some of these uncollected past due amounts at the previous meetings. This is a little bit along the same line as that, but it's a little different. The reason I wanted just to make sure that we were on the same page is basically under that statute, which I had referred to in my cover memo. You're empowered to regulate all the financial affairs of the village. And as part of that, we wanted to make sure that you understand the process for people that have credit balances. So this is kind of an opposite problem of what we were talking about with people in delinquency, correct?
Overpayment, right.
But there's a couple of challenges to this that I think we wanted to explain to the board so that everybody's understanding. So some people have built up over time substantial balances of credits. And what ends up having to happen then is we then have to take those credits, and the way that the NEMRIC system works, they have to be applied manually. So it becomes you don't lose them, but what ends up happening is once they have closed that collection and then they open up a new collection to start the new amount of tax billing, somebody, and typically it's PAM, has to go back in and manually enter these credits against what the taxpayer owes. So it's a very complicated process, and my concern is that over time, it creates the possibility of a couple things. First of all, we can screw it up and not do it right, and then people lose those credits just because of our own, we just don't transfer them over correctly. And then secondarily, there's a lot of these that get paid through services and different, loan processors. And then you end up with these odd amounts, as you can see, there's a tremendous number that are under $4
Like way under.
that are just a nuisance to continue to do that manual process with. So I guess with all that as a background, we were just trying to get some clarity from the board. And so I threw this out to say, would it make sense to just have a cutoff point where Alyssa can clear the books by issuing balance or checks back to people for certain balances, and we picked $4 just as a number because just looking at the distribution of the current. And then the other amounts that are under $4 would still go through the manual process and still be.
You can't just write them off?
The less than 4, yeah.
Less than $4,
Yes.
yeah, which would make sense.
Otherwise, it just creates this paper chase where then you have to go back and.
What is the cause of the credit? Is it
Just overpayments. Yeah,
Like
so,
taxes or-
yeah, taxes.
Well, then they get, like,
primarily taxes?
yeah, then if they get credits from the state after they paid their taxes and they get a reduction.
Oh, I see.
I mean, that's part of how it can
Yeah.
happen.
So the problem is that you get one tax bill, and it says what it says. So if you then get payments applied, or say you write your check wrong and you write it for $40 more, then now you have a $40 credit. You don't necessarily know you have that on your next payment, so that $40 credit stays there. So then the end of the tax year comes, we're done collecting taxes, you're left with this $40 credit. And then what has historically happened is that the new tax year opens, tax bills are printed, and then that credit amount is supposed to be getting written on that, like, first stub, saying, you have a credit of $40, this is your new amount, please pay this. Some people do that, and some people just do what they want. So then that person might still end up with $40 credit, or it might get used.
They get 80 the next year because they did it twice.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And unfortunately, I tried to go back and see, it doesn't work that way in the system to get the historical data of, has this person carried this credit for more than 1 year? what I could see, it looks like for the most part, those credits are being used. So they're not staying on the books for yet another year, they're getting used. I think we just want to know, what does the board want us to do with the credits? Allow people to use them on their next bill, or just clean it up at the end of the cycle and give everybody their money back and start fresh?
And this is just village, not town credits.
This right here is
It's
just
just village tax piece. But administratively, doesn't it, I mean, is it a trade-off?
I think it's
Cost you
one
more,
or the
or-
other. I think it's one or the other, like, it doesn't,
It's probably easier administratively.
so the
just to
way
write
that
the
Pam
check.
does it, and she wants to keep doing it that way, which is fine, if that's what you guys choose. She has more work to do, and she has to follow through, and now I'm going to make sure that it's followed through on, because my goal is to, at the end of the year, not have it, zero, not have it. And then on the other side, if we give people the credits back, there's the same amount of work to do. So it's one or the other. Because we have to do the same process, but instead of applying it to their next year's taxes, we're gonna write a check.
Right.
But aren't you more apt to just spend the day and wipe it all out versus do it 30 times intermittently?
Yeah, it
throughout
would
the
be,
year?
a one, it's all a one and done sort of process, either way you do it.
So, tell me again where you arrived at the $4 level. Why not like $5?
Well, I know, because you
It
could
could
keep
be.
going, right? I
Yeah.
mean, if you got a check for $4 or $3.82, chances are, you're gonna lose that check. It's gonna
Be
get stuck in
annoyed
a
that I actually
pile, it's
issued it
gonna
to
be,
you
you're
more
gonna
than
be like,
likely.
I go to the bank
Right.
for this,
Just for this, yeah.
And then we're
Right.
gonna be stuck with, now we have to, what are we gonna do with this check? We have to reissue it now.
Right.
So it's more annoying to do that. You just say, all right, anything under $4, we're not gonna send you a check.
But do we have to have a
But
policy?
my
for that?
point is though,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be better if it was like anything under 5?
Well, it would be better if it was anything under 20, but I don't know.
So the higher the better.
Right.
Somebody might complain
Right,
about that.
somebody
Hey,
might
you're writing
complain.
off my
At some point,
19
right.
bucks.
You
At
start
some point,
getting into
people
real
get
money.
annoyed, right.
Exactly, it's a
Right.
fine line there, but.
Right, well, and also there's the check, the stamp, the printing, the envelope, so
Yeah,
$4 is
Put a lot
good
of
number.
things in there, yeah, 55 cents.
Yeah,
The
so-
postage is going up, I guess, next month.
I mean, if this was once and done, I'd be
Every year.
pay it off.
Write the checks.
But this isn't once and done.
It's every year.
Every year there's something.
So I'd just keep crediting on the next bill myself. I wouldn't.
I think just because we can't find a policy, I think we
We
would
wanted
just,
you to adopt something
We would
so
like
that
to-
we felt comfortable, and you felt comfortable that it challenged it. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense.
if the
So-
wish is to just leave it and credit the next year the way that was done, that's.
That's what
Why don't you make a motion?
But it sounds like that has slipped.
I don't think so.
Well, there's a
I-
couple from,
I think there's just no way to really know. There's no way to track the.
So the sure way to
historical.
know is just to issue the checks.
I'd say write a check, yeah.
Check
So
shows
what-
it's
but
a
you see the
transaction, we
thing-
can track
Yeah.
What they're
that.
saying
We can
is,
track the manual.
next year.
It's gotta be the same.
thing.
Gotta do it again.
Yeah, well, then maybe the one that overpays for whatever, through error.
That
But so the policy would be every year we're gonna write checks?
I don't think we should.
Well, I think it would take less time to write a check than it would be to go back through all these and credit it.
Well, but you gotta.
It's sort of the same process.
Well-
It's not,
They'll look at
it's
it.
not any more difficult to do one or the other.
My question is, what's the those, including yourself, that have to do this, what do you recommend?
I am open to either way.
So what happens if there's
I
a
just want
property
to know
transfer?
what's the
Yeah,
way.
but that's, you didn't answer my question.
Oh, yeah.
What if there's a property transfer?
I know that, well, that's,
Then that gets complicated, right? Versus the end of the year, you're paying the
Random,
taxpayer
right.
it can, but that's supposed to be dealt with,
with the attorney doing the
right?
title search and all that stuff.
Yeah,
For
that's
instance,
not
yeah.
necessarily our issue if they don't.
Well, is there any credit or interest that has to be applied to those balances? No interest.
So
As far as
no,
I
they
know,
don't-
they're
they're
not
not
interest
bearing,
bearing,
okay.
they
Just
just carry.
Yeah, we're just holding on to it.
Right.
We're just holding on to people's money.
Well,
Yeah.
for instance, like to your comment about this, the first item person on the list who is not less than $4 is in the process of selling his property. So,
So when they come and do a title search, they're gonna come and ask Pam, how much do they owe on taxes?
Right.
And the system will tell them the right amount.
so it'll
It
take
will
out the,
include that,
okay.
yes.
So what's the manager think about this? What's his thought?
I personally don't like manual processing of any kind of financial information. Not because I don't trust people, just because it's hard to track.
It's not manual though. That's the,
If I have to write it,
This is
well,
transaction.
that part is
Manual.
manual, yes, but
Yes,
you,
that's true.
did you go into the module and you say, apply the credit, you push the button, or you say, refund the credit?
Okay.
So then that's that, and it spits out a piece of paper that tells you how much you're gonna do.
Yeah,
The manual piece is Pam has to pull that new tax bill and write it on their slip. That's the manual.
does she have to write it even though it should show the credit?
It won't show it on the tax
doesn't
bill.
show it on the.
Just
tax
shows a revised amount.
That's what's crazy.
Doesn't
It
even
won't
show
even
that,
show
it'll
that.
only show the bill tax amount,
It'll
you
only
can't
show,
modify
right.
it, that's why it's so frustrating.
It'll show the exact amount of the taxes that were billed.
It gets to become very, in my mind, it gets to become, and like I said, for the small amounts, it's not a big deal, but some of these amounts,
But one of them's significant,
people
actually.
would be a little annoyed if that all of a sudden disappeared.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
So Pam wants it to stay the way it is because, there's people who plan on that.
And that would be to do the credit thing, not issue a check.
you mean like a forced savings? What are you saying?
I guess,
In case they forget.
especially the employees who pay through
Right.
payroll.
Yeah.
Because they have just a certain amount and then, so it's always the same amount of money. And if they end up with a credit, then that's just gonna reduce, next time.
The next one. I mean, there's some 30-odd items on the larger list. As a person who's done this data entry kind of stuff, it's not a big deal to me. That's how I feel about it. And I also notice, one of the things is there's some people on here who have some issues with like a revolving loan fund, which doesn't impact this taxes, of course not. But giving the money back when they owe money in other places, which you can't apply it to, of course, there's no policy for that. Just makes me think even more, you just keep doing what you're doing.
That's fine.
But,
It's fine with
but
us.
we
I
need a
just wanted-
motion either way
Yeah, I
to
just
say
want
this
the
is gonna
board
be
to
the
be
policy going
aware,
forward.
understand, and that we're all.
Yeah.
all on the same page, that's really what.
And when you
my
see
point
on
was.
the balance sheet,
Right.
that amount for overpaid credits on taxes, that's what that is.
That is, yeah, it's this is the total.
Yep.
So would someone like to make a motion for something?
I'll make a motion to adopt a policy for overpayments to be applied as credits against the next year's tax bill.
And what about writing off?
No, we're not- that
So
doesn't
then we're not
apply.
gonna write it off, whether it's
We're
9
just gonna
cents
track
or,
them from year to year.
okay.
Yep.
Could we get a second to that motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Then, discussion?
Does this include like water and sewer as well, or just tax?
It's just tax.
Just taxes.
Yeah, because water and sewer is different, it
Right.
rolls.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't occur like this.
Right.
Steph,
No, I don't, good.
you wanted to discuss it,
No,
so what do you get to say?
I'm seconded for discussion because I figure that's the only way you're gonna move it. It's a point of order, let's move it.
So if it's not appearing on the tax bill and somebody's just sending in their tax payment, then it's not gonna get credited.
But she's gonna send them a document telling them that it's been adjusted. It's handwritten on the bill, but
It does
it's there.
appear on the tax bill.
Oh, it will show.
Yeah.
up.
Well, if you're handwritten on the bill.
Yes.
Yeah, and it
Okay.
shows that your taxes, the bill you got is
Right.
gonna be reduced
Okay.
by this much,
All
to this
right,
much.
I wasn't clear.
So that will, in time, that will clean a lot of this up.
Well, yeah, the
Well,
people who
so
stop,
the next
maybe they'll
round-
stop making a bank.
The people who,
If you ignore it, then
right,
Right.
And you're gonna have to rely upon making sure that she sees it on the account to write it on the
here's an instance, you
bill
lose your
versus
tax
just
bill, you follow
clear
the
it up
math
at the
for
end of the
another one.
year.
Right.
and done.
You come in, you get another one.
I'm
It
in
now
favor-
doesn't have that handwritten note on it.
Right.
I'm in favor of clearing it up at the end of the year, because you're adding a step of having to see it, get it onto the bill, send it. It's just-
Well, adjustments by the homestead, credits is an unknown, whether you're gonna get them that year or
Yeah,
not,
that's true.
you know.
I think it's also like important that if you were to get a large credit like that, that the homeowner should be made aware that their taxes have been
They do.
overpaid
Yeah,
and that
They do
they
get
have a
notified.
large credit, because
Yeah.
that person might actually need that money
that's true.
that year. They might want it right now. Yes, you know, so I think that, you know, homeowners should maybe pay attention to that, and if they have a question, to call, and that they can certainly request that credit be sent to them.
Right, and they do get notified, we do get a letter from the state about it.
Right.
So some of it, like you said, like, it might be for savings, like a little bit of money, so it's like, I think I have a credit, so I'd like to ask for it. And we would give it to them if that's the
Right,
case.
we would.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, does everyone have the question, the motion in mind? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
The ayes have it, the motion is passed. So that'll be our policy moving forward. Thank you.
For that, that helps us.
Yep.
I know it's a roundabout, but it does help us.
Wasn't exactly what you wanted, but
No, it just, we're all on the same page, it's helpful.
number 7 on the agenda, permit for Greater Falls Farmers Market. Wow, cutting it close, it's on Friday.
Right, we had talked about this previously, so this isn't a surprise to anybody on the board, but it's just this is obviously their actual permit for their dates. So they'll start this Friday, the 17th of June, and run through the end of September. Nothing has really changed from what we had previously discussed. It will be, as we had previously talked about, so they're at Hetty Green, and there'll be a small area where they're going to be leaving one of their trailers in the far back. And otherwise, everything else is as we had originally discussed.
Is there a reason why the application asks for a date of birth for the person responsible?
I don't know
I
why.
asked that because the person who filled out the application did not give us the date of birth.
I don't understand why that's on.
I don't know why it's on
The
there.
farmer's market?
Yeah, I guess
no
just to
idea
see if
why.
you're 18 or older, I don't know.
It doesn't matter, does it? I mean,
No,
anyway. We should take that off. That's ridiculous.
that could use a revisal.
That's good.
Well, there's another one right here on number 4, date of birth, name of
Yeah,
chairperson.
that's the one I meant, yeah.
She left that.
Oh,
blank.
but
She
number
just-
2 is date of birth too.
Right.
Oh, yeah, she put it there.
It just makes no sense.
It actually needs to be updated.
Yes, I think it needs some work, yeah.
We'll get rid of these dates of birth,
Date of birth.
but the event is still, we'd like you to.
Yeah, she was born in 2003, so she's 19, right?
No, Janice isn't, that's the,
So why does it say date of
So what
birth?
do we?
I think
Oh, that's
that's when the
wrong.
actual market.
that's when the market
The
started.
market
That's
says
the
it.
birthday
Oh,
of the
that's the
market.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the date of the market, it's not her birthday.
No,
I think she's having.
she
a lot
lets
of
hers
fun with it.
blank. She
Oh,
was
my
wise.
goodness,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Clever.
Maybe that's how she interpreted it. Okay, and do you need a motion for this?
That would be great, thank you.
Okay, someone like to make a motion?
Make the motion to grant the permit for the Greater Falls Farmers Market.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on the permit? On the motion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it, we have passed that motion. Let's see, number 8, update 5-year note for the dryer purchase.
Right, so
Excuse me.
last December, when we were working through budget, we had talked about options for the sludge dryer, and so we did get you some pricing, and we put it on for our annual meeting, and it was approved by the voters. So we went back to the banks and said, okay, we need to update this now, because obviously there was holding pricing from December, and as we were all aware, pricing has changed. And so I wanted to bring this back to the board so that you can see that the debt service specifically went from a 2.1% rate to a 3.6% rate. And our interest cost, and debt service went up from 15,000 roughly to 28, almost 29,000. So
Almost doubled.
the understanding is that this week's Federal Open Market Committee, you might see another 3/4%
Yeah.
Yeah.
raise on the federal rates. So we're sort of at a point in time we need to make a decision as to how we want to go forward, because the rates aren't going to stay stagnant, they're only
No.
increasing. And then I attached just the 2 amortization schedules so that you can see what it would be, just in terms of so we changed the amount, we were proposing, it would have been a payment of roughly starting at 59,000, now the payments start at 63,000, and then decline over the 5
And
years.
these are the same bank.
They've
M&T
been
is-
acquired.
They are the same
That's the
bank,
People's
it's just
Bank, yeah,
right,
same, yeah.
they've been absorbed since we met in December.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring this forward, and again, we did have voter approval, but there had been some changes, so I want to make sure the board was still good if we want to go ahead and close on the 5-year note.
I still think we should.
Yes.
I'd like to get
I
it,
think it does
obviously
make
want to
sense.
get it done before the end of the year.
Right, especially for the sewer fund,
Right.
which is probably, in terms of our cash position, is probably the one fund that could use that really.
Yeah, if we put that revenue back in, it'll bring their fund balance current year in the positive.
Right.
And the same comment, ARPA.
Is there any, can this be used,
I
can
thought-
ARPA pay for it after the fact?
No.
No.
Can't.
What's that?
ARPA could not be applied to that after the fact, because we bought the.
We need to have to pay
purchased
for it now with ARPA funds.
Well,
So when I was asking earlier,
Right.
months ago, if we could do that, the answer was, maybe, and now it's a no. So if we go forward with a 5-year note, we're gonna be stuck with a 5-year note for 5 years. Can't pay it off earlier with ARPA funds, which is what I thought we could do, once we got involved in it and get rid of it. We're gonna be stuck with it, so.
Is the note prepayable without penalty?
Yes,
Yes.
it's prepayable without penalty.
All right.
Don't forget though, ARPA funds are a little bit different in relationship to water and sewer too. It is a little bit different.
But it's an infrastructure.
It is infrastructure, but we had purchased this back in November. That's when we closed on the purchase. So we were still waiting on their guidance, and they had not given us specific guidance, but they were certainly not going to go backwards on anything at that point.
So,
It still seems to me that, if there's grant funding available, this to me is so positive.
Right. It saves us, and believe me, with the cost of transportation, our savings and return on investment is going to skyrocket with this program, because we are not paying to haul sludge
yeah, I have no problem with that.
100 miles upstate,
Which is what we've been budgeting for.
which is what we had been budgeting for, and will go up dramatically. That cost will probably double, I'm guessing, for most of these communities. They're gonna have a heart attack when they see their hauling rates
Mhm.
for next year.
Yeah, the gas and all.
Did we ever get any more follow-up on this system from Efficiency Vermont? I know they were looking at it, right?
They have a meter down at our building, and they have been working through the meter. And so I don't know when they're going to then pull the meter and then give us a decision on.
Is there still a possibility that that could pay for some of that, right?
Yes. So we're still working with them on that right now.
I know it was in the pipeline. but-
Yes,
Do you need another motion to go ahead with this?
I would like that,
Since we
yes.
changed the percentages,
Yes.
I'll make the motion to do the loan, the $268,450 loan with the M&T Bank at the 3.6% fixed for 5 years.
I'll second.
any further discussion?
Yeah, just they make sure when they draft the documents, the select board here is the board of trustees.
Yeah, it's still wrong, that's true.
I'm not sure they changed that.
Oh, yeah. Good job.
Unless we'd like the select board to
Maybe
pay
the
for it,
town-
I'm
maybe
for
the
that.
town could Make the payments to.
I'll ask if they'll use town ARPA money to pay for it, maybe that's what we can do.
They only have that much.
Don't.
And it says to bid on the town's
Doesn't the
capital
village have
improvement
more?
note.
Actually, the village does have more.
Yes, we have a lot more.
Yes, that is true.
It says town's capital improvement note, so that's one.
Right.
And then down the bottom, it says select board, and it's trustees, so that's wrong.
Unfortunately, these folks that we're dealing with in Burlington, I don't think they have much understanding of,
Yeah, I see that, no, they're not local.
if we're below Montpelier, it's confusing. as
Enough
to
of
where
our
we
locals
actually
don't
are.
understand. what
That's
it
true
is,
too.
so.
So I'll make sure that those are corrected though for.
I mean, unless you'd like to sign off to the select board again, then that's fine. Thank you, Stefan, for catching.
No big deal.
Any further discussion? All right, having the motion in mind, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Nay. All right, motion still passes.
I know.
Is it good?
Oh, I did that. in the
Again,
morning.
I have no, I want us to make the purchase, I want this to move forward. We're gonna be looking at a lot more money for delivery system, for distribution. That's gonna come up too, and again, we have $818,000 that we could use to pay this, but, in some way, shape or form, but I'm concerned about it.
Given any idea?
All right, number 9 on the agenda is reserve for vehicles, water and sewer.
So a couple things on this. This is another item that came through our account cleanup with Cynthia and with Alyssa and with some updates. So the board had authorized a capital account, but it had not been established back in 2021. So as I said in the previous memo, the unspent allocation basically just went to your bottom line with those funds. So if you want to go back and reallocate the money from 2021, as well as the additional money in 2022, Alyssa has now created a capital reserve fund for vehicles in both water and sewer, and this would just fund those at $14,000 apiece. And my understanding is that you would want to continue to accrue the $7,000 in the vehicles going forward, so that would then accrue to that capital reserve account, so we would not repeat the same mistake.
So we need a motion for that. Anyone like to make it? As we already had wanted that to happen, but it did not.
Right.
That was your intent,
Yeah.
it was just not.
And I created a separate fund balance within that fund. So you've got the regular fund balance, and then there's the vehicle reserve fund balance.
And that's separate for water and sewer.
Yes.
I'll make the motion that the board authorize the transfer of $7,000 from the current fund balance for both water and sewer to a dedicated capital reserve account for each. And then in addition, that we also transfer $7,000 from the current 2022 budget to the same reserve fund for both accounts.
Okay,
Seconded.
thank you. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion has passed. Last item on the regular agenda is financials. We have those. Questions? Any questions? Anyone want to start?
On the general fund, I'm concerned that, I mean, we're gonna spend with understaffed, we're gonna spend all of the police payroll budget this year. And obviously, we're saving in the benefit accounts, but I'm looking ahead to next year, and just the kind of a message that we've got to convey to Chief Bemis is that he really has to manage this account.
I'd say it's gonna be over budget by the end of the month. We got, how many payrolls are left? One more payroll,
So it'll be a push.
slightly over 100%.
Yeah.
Not counting for overtime, if there is any more.
Because the other one is next week. So,
But anyway, other than that,
Yeah.
I think that,
In that, we have the settlement and so forth as well.
Right.
yeah, that's true.
Yes.
In that same fund, Joe.
Yeah, so it's
And we
the number.
under budgeted the bonuses or the retention
Yes.
bonuses
Yeah,
because
those,
we did it based on current staffing and not.
There was
And overtime is over because everybody has to work to fill the
Right.
shifts that aren't.
Yeah, no, that's a given. I'm assuming that there will be additional revenue coming in on both water and sewer from the regular monthly accrual. What's that?
Right. Is there one more at the end of this month? I can never remember. When they actually, I have to keep looking at my thing on my wall.
Because I'm surprised that we're you know, we're at 94% of water,
Right.
and,
I think there is one more, James, I believe.
Well, she just did one. She just did the direct debits. So I haven't entered those yet. I mean, it's not $52,000, but it's maybe 15 or 20, trying to remember. So I haven't done that transaction yet, in the books. And the question about on these penalties and interest that always comes up with this North Westminster, this, all of these right here, starting at job zone, all the way down to the North Westminster interest grant,
Give them the page, because it gets confusing.
it's on page 1.
Yep, of 8.
Page one of eight.
One of eight.
Yeah, 1 of 8. So those are when all of those water bonds and loans were, the banks were giving us the principal return and then the negative interest. So this budget was built before they realized that they were gonna give it to them all in one year.
Right.
So it's already been received. So none of this revenue is going to be received.
but what about North Westminster?
That's a different thing. So North Westminster is down
We're
here.
showing nothing.
Nope, down here.
Where is it?
Because this is just the interest. This isn't the,
Right, interest on the.
Penalties and interest is right.
where is it? They're paid though. I think they're always behind a quarter,
Yeah.
but they pay 4 in a year, so like they owe us for this one. But last year they paid us late too, so now there's still 4 payments in this year, and then at the beginning of next year, they'll pay us for the one that they should have been paying us for now.
But where is it?
I know, yeah.
Are they on the debt service North Westminster?
Oh, it's actually sewer.
Page 4 of 8.
It's sewer, not water.
Yeah,
Right.
sewer.
No, but we do have water.
But we do have
We
water.
do have water as well.
Which is on there.
Yeah, because that
It's
is just the
different.
current water charges,
Yeah, that just goes as with the current water charges.
and we're $52,000 shy.
So on the sewer, on page 4 of the
Yeah.
sewer,
Yeah, the sewer is paid.
the sewer one,
Sewer's
that's where
paid.
that sewer user North Westminster one comes in.
Okay, so the water revenue would go to the top line.
I believe
You're
it does,
saying
because there is not a
current.
separate
Right.
line for that.
Okay.
Our penalties and interest are 93 grand, but we've only, in the water department, and we've only gotten 11,005. So we
We
overestimated.
can't do penalties.
No, what, penalties and interest in all of these areas, water penalty, bank interest earned, job zone interest, 2001 bond. Say, all of that, are we overestimating these line items?
Yeah, those are those ones that we're not gonna get, because we got $1 million last year.
Okay. But it
On the
skews the
water.
revenues by, $80,000.
Right, oh, yeah.
Right.
And supposedly the offset was the debt service.
Yeah.
Although our debt service on the water fund is above the budget, which I don't understand, but that's okay. So you think there will be some additional revenues from water and sewer for the month of June?
Yes.
Yes. So I think we'll be close to 100% on all of our revenue, when it's all
Okay.
said and done.
I had a couple questions back on, general fund, page 6 of 7.
Yep.
Which is the equipment purchase and repair for the police office expenses, police equipment, down towards the bottom of the page, is more than double the amount budgeted. Have we offset that with anything, or is that 9723 just a hit?
Let me look up what it is.
Is
Maybe
that
on
the
6 or
additional
7?
equipment for the
6 or 7.
vehicle when we did the outfitting?
So,
We did some cameras.
which one was it? 15,
Right, but this is
11,
the offset, right?
95.01.
I think we got a $5,000
Grant?
grant. I think we paid $5,000.
I just want to be sure. Excuse me.
Because we dealt with issues.
9,192.
Yeah.
It says reclass expense. This was done in March. 2028.
I don't remember anything specific.
Well, Jake was mentioning the cameras, are those in there? Equipment purchase and repair?
No, it's one big entry, so it's gonna be
It's an adjusting this between.
an adjusted entry.
Because actually the cameras are, is that the contract and camera,
That's
car
the
cameras,
Exxon.
that's lower down, and that was
That's
7,000.
excellent. Right,
And, yeah, so that's a separate line.
right.
I might have to just get back to it, or you can keep talking and.
That's fine. My only other questions are on page 7 of 7, which is under parks. Materials and supplies for parks was budgeted at 37, and we've spent over 6,000. And then the contract services, which were 15, and now they're 19. I'm just trying to understand why.
I think part of it was he had a leak at the pool, so that part of that was, I think, some material for that.
We just redid that piping a few years ago
It's
because of the
leaking again.
termites.
In fact, it's leaking again. You have to go back in and do more work on it.
So I'm trying to figure out why that's part of the pool process.
That
It
should
says
be the
parks.
town.
Yeah, that should be town, not village.
It's the mitt mutts.
Mutt mitts?
Mutt mitts.
Those horrible mutt mitts.
Not mitt mutts, it's the mutt mitts.
It's that, yeah,
That's,
that's.
That's $6,000.
On the materials and supplies?
That's where it is, yeah.
What was it?
The doggy poop.
Oh,
bag.
the parks?
Doggy poop bag.
You know how much that pisses me off. And there's a lady on Westminster Street now who keeps going up to Hetty Green Park and like taking tons of them and just shoving her, my husband sees her every morning. There or down by the library, she's just shoving them in her pocket. Lady, you got a dog, and she didn't have a dog with her.
But
That,
is that for the holders or just the
That's
bags?
actual bag.
It did, somebody said a while back, maybe it was you that even, it's a purchase, but
It's a multi-year supply.
it's a it's.
I know, but we
goes-
spent a lot over COVID for bags and now we're still spending a lot of money for bags. I just don't
Remember
get
I
it.
don't know who
It's
orders
better
those.
than the alternative.
Well,
Who decides?
I know that
who
one year-
monitors when they're empty and
There were
they're
3
being
people.
born?
Highway?
Ryan or highway. That's how they do it.
one year there were 3 people ordering bags. That was
So
the year
is
that-
it possible
was
that
like
we have a whole
$8,000.
bunch of them?
I don't believe so.
I knew there was a new purchase recently in the last month because I asked Brenda, so how much did we buy? Just seems ridiculous, but it's just so expensive. They're biodegradable, right? So they break down over time.
That's why they're more expensive.
That's why they're more expensive.
Right.
Yeah, but not just your regular
Right.
plastic bag.
Start researching an alternative.
And contract services, why is that over?
On Ryan's, are we in Park still?
Yeah,
Yeah.
park, just
I'll
park.
have to go, that one I'm not 100% sure of,
Okay.
what contract that is specifically.
Maybe we set it at 15, but it wound up coming out higher.
I don't remember on that one off the top of my head.
That's mowings and stuff like that, is that what that is? And trash.
One second, let it up.
She's gonna look it up, because I
Okay.
don't recall.
So, yeah, you can drop me an email whenever you figure out about the equipment purchase and repair. That's all.
Okay.
That was basically it. Anyone else have any other questions?
Okay.
My only question was, why is the, both police and fire, the phones, fire phone and
Yeah,
are over?
yeah, they are.
This one is fine.
But isn't the general fund phone
I think we're
over
all.
budget
All
too? They're
over
all over
budget.
budget.
All over.
Yeah.
You see that one downtown?
That was the one we moved
What
to.
is that?
Why?
We moved to a
Oh, we
new
moved to a
service.
new carrier.
For Parks?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
down from the previous year, but we're over budget.
more than we expected.
Yeah, we're gonna have to spend a little time over the summer on that. That's
I'll look
one of
up that contract.
Yeah.
There's one invoice in there, we don't know what it is.
So to Wade's point, the problem with our phones, we moved to, what was the name of that new service? It's like
Symphony.
something, yeah, something like that.
But, yeah. think we'll spend some time on that, because it's been
Crescendo.
crescendo.
Crescendo, that was it, yeah.
There was
I was
some-
like,
And it was something
Symphony.
musical, but,
Something,
yeah,
yeah, crescendo is all that came to mind, but, or symphony.
symphony, that's
Yeah.
right, okay,
That's your ringtone.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're both.
yeah,
we'll spend some time on that one, because
Yeah.
we're not happy either, so.
yeah, and of course, our IT services, which haven't changed, I guess we're not going to, right? Same with Dominion Tech,
To be honest with you, and now they've made some management changes, so that we have a better person coming to our, on a monthly basis, and he's actually a lot more competent, and people are more, they're pleased with what he's doing. And we met with their technology folks about some issues we've been talking about with our servers, and he has some ideas that I think make some sense, so hoping that we're trending in a positive direction with that.
I know the one time I've used them since for you and
Okay.
Heather. That was my one and only time I dealt with them, but they were great to deal with that.
Yeah.
They helped me quickly, efficiently.
Yeah, it's improved.
I think with any company, it's going to be very expensive.
Yeah.
Regardless, so as long as you're getting what you pay for it, it is what it is at that point. Unfortunately.
yeah, well, maybe next year we could get better projections figuring on what we're gonna have to expect to spend. All right, moving on, we're at the review agenda items for the next meeting, which is July 19th, 2022. Do you have anything at this
We'll have the
point?
public hearing for the
Yep.
new ordinance. We'll have just closed the book, so I don't think we'll have anything in terms of our final numbers at that point. I think we're gonna be bringing you some of our additional chapters that the ordinance committee had worked on, so we're gonna try to knock a couple of those out over the summer.
So the attorney has had time to review
Yeah.
some.
We'll try to get a couple of those done, some of these summer agendas.
Will notification for that public hearing be just as announced as it usually is, or will there be some?
I think for this, we'll probably put it in the shop.
Yeah, in a small ad to do it.
Yeah. Just a notice of public hearing in the shop.
All right, if we review agenda items for the joint board meeting, September 27, 2022.
Nothing at the
Nothing at
moment.
the moment.
We might have tax sale by then, let's hope. If our friends at the state don't come up with a new
Right,
policy.
but you had to halt, I'm assuming you had to halt the attorney doing title searches and
Oh, we
all
did.
that stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that means beginning it again once the 60 days is passed.
Yes.
So, because otherwise it's doing, duplicate
You
work
don't
for
want
no
to,
purpose.
you don't want to waste time, so,
Right.
but at least we'll have an update.
So maybe it's gonna be on film. All right, let's see. Oh, and I should tell you that I read the minutes from the Saxon River Board, and they are very, very interested in continuing to be part of the joint / tri-board meeting, and I don't necessarily think that we do our best work doing that. I mean, again, they don't participate in municipal government here that way, as an individual municipality, and I'm not sure if it serves, it's something to consider for us and for the select board, for the 27th meeting in September. Anyway, just a point of reference that they want to be included still. Review or approve the orders, bills, and warrants.
So moved.
All right, and a second, thank you. Any further discussion on those? We've all handled them and you've got the back, yeah? All right. Then all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? None, motion carries. Other business. Let me see, Scott,
No, all set.
wait,
The only thing I had was, do we know if any letters have gone out regarding tall grasses?
Yep, we're out
Oh, yeah.
today, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Grass patrol was out.
yeah,
Be
phone
warned.
calls, letters,
So letters are gonna go to those
My
that,
neighbor
To
finally.
all those offenders,
which kind of grass?
yes, be prepared.
All right.
It is, it's 2022,
And
it's
quite-
different kind of grass, so I'm just saying.
So,
Well,
the
I
reason,
can't issue any warnings about that.
Grass
Right.
control. Sure, that's what he was doing.
so letters will be going out,
Yes, in all honesty, yes.
and part of the reason why I brought it up, because I actually did have a complaint from a resident.
Yeah.
That complained about this next to her property.
What is this? I can't see
It's
it.
a picture of one of the locations.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Yes,
You can have it.
I think I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. That's gonna be a little difficult because it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, I know, it's
Okay.
easier said than done, but
Right.
she's,
We'll have to
so
track,
I asked her,
we're gonna track that through the bank and hopefully somebody at the bank,
Come along
someone
and mow it.
yeah,
will at least do something with it. Right, otherwise we'll have to pay somebody to mow it and then
I know.
put
Are
it
you
on.
still
spot.
using?
Put it on the
Is it-
tax sale.
Yeah, that's it. I wondered if you're still using, the correctional system, because
We
they're
have
$100 per day, whatever,
We
I don't
have
know what.
tried to get them, we have used them at the water.
Right.
And apparently they're having difficulty staffing that program.
They are.
Wow,
Yeah,
wait, there's still people there, it's not empty. So,
they don't have enough people to manage them outside the facility.
yeah, that's, I suppose that's
That's
true.
what started it.
Another option,
So I'm
yeah.
not sure we're gonna be able to use them.
So anyway, on that one there, I actually told the person to contact the police chief
Yeah.
and or the municipal
But I'll
manager.
follow up to make sure it's on the list, yeah.
Okay. That it? All right, Jakes.
I'm good.
No, wait till last, I guess. Stefan?
The Texas River contract, we're saying that comes up in July here? Is it July or is it September?
It's in the fall.
In the fall?
Okay.
For renewal.
Not
Okay.
July.
Rob's working on it.
So it'll be a couple months, so we'll see.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right, Jack.
What's that?
I had something, and I mentioned it to you before, so I was gonna bring it up. It has to do with policing. A lot of complaints from policing, a lot of complaints from village residents about patrolling, seeing at least a vehicle running around through the village. I know myself, I've seen, vehicles stationed at time. Parking on the island, I can tell you, I don't know how many times I've called the police about, at least one person every day who's parking on the crest of the hill on Island Street, against the flow of traffic. That's a violation of law enforcement, and they have not, and although I've called many times, the property owner of the incubator there has not done anything to stop them, people from doing that. They have parking spaces along both sides of their building, and they continue to park there. There's gonna be an accident, because they're parking with their face at you when you're coming up around that curve. Okay, so that's another issue. Let's see, problems of vagrancy and other kinds of things, additional problems going on down at the Waypoint Center. It's been a regular problem. I know, unfortunately, I've been a regular caller, and I wish I wasn't. And response times, which a lot of residents on places like Green Street and other locations have complained that they have not been able to get police response in anything less than 40 minutes or more. So I think it's an item we need to address. I'd like to see the chief coming here and talking to us about how they're handling these problems, because residents want to see some solutions. And that's it. So that is definitely, response time is probably the biggest concern, that people who are calling at night because they've got a problem, they have no officer to something that's an emergency. So I'd like to see that addressed. I'm saying it out loud here, because I want the public to understand that I am addressing it. I'm addressing it to the manager, who's the boss of the police department. And despite our shortages, we still have a number of part-time officers. You can tell by our budget, we're definitely spending money on hours that are being utilized, but the public is concerned that their needs are not being responded to. So that's where I am with it. That's my comment, as other business. No need for an executive session this evening, and so I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Recording